Welcome, everybody. Welcome to this sad Sunday, to be honest. Didn't even know if I was going to stream, but I figured I might as well stream. Rest in peace, Skibbity. Really gutted by the news, honestly. Saw it earlier this afternoon, and I was like, this can't be true, but sadly it seems to be true. Yeah. Like I said, I didn't even really know if I was going to stream because of it, but yeah, might as well stream. Lost a legend in drum and bass, honestly. A big legend. Well, what can you do? I mean, I didn't know him personally though, but I seen him live a couple of times. And yeah, like I said, definitely an absolute legend. Drum and bass. But I hope you are here, and I hope you don't mind that I'm gonna stream. But yeah, I just want to work on a track. Just want to work on a track that we've been working on the last few days, and see if I can make it a little bit better. Yeah, it's really sad. I mean, just in general, everything has been sad in the past few days. Let's be honest. The world is in a really sad state at the moment. Anyways, I'll play what I have. What we're gonna work on today. I did a little bit of work again since the last stream, and I added something, and that for some reason kind of works. It made the whole thing feel a bit more energetic, I guess. And I'm now kind of a little bit stuck on this section here. So like the B section of the drop. There's also a couple of things here in this first section which are, I think, a little bit clashing, but I might just want to work on some of the patches a little bit and make them better. But I'll play what I have right now. Yeah, the world news, absolutely. It's just, I've been following everything in the last few days, but there's just no words for it, you know? There's just absolutely no words for it. Sad thing is that there's just going to be a whole lot of people, just regular people, that are going to be, you know, the victim of all of this, who don't ask for this shit, and they're going to be blamed for this shit, whereas it's really only, you know, a couple of power-hungry world leaders that are, I don't know, having a dick measuring contest, basically. It just sucks. I know, yeah, it definitely is uniting the whole of Europe, which is kind of nice to see after this whole COVID thing. But on the other end, it also makes you kind of feel a little powerless, because, like, at the moment especially, like the whole what is it, the whole NATO thing, or the UN thing, is it? Yeah, it's the UN thing where Russia's part of. And they have their veto powers, so they can sort of like basically block, what is it, sanctions or stuff, which is really not helping. But yeah, it's just a complicated, messy, slippery slope that nobody wants, nobody needs, and nobody's gonna get better from it. That's the whole fucked up thing about it, right? Anyways, let me just play this and let's get into a mood, because I don't have a, well, I don't want to get caught up in negative shit. There's too much of it already. This section is a little up for change. Like it loses a bit of energy there. It drags out a bit too long. Somebody's saying the metering is new. I'm not entirely sure. This has been here for quite a while. I think you need to turn that on though. Am I right? I think there's something you need to do to turn this whole window on, but I could be wrong. It's not that. It's probably somewhere in here. I think there's some kind of a thing that you need to click to turn it on. Oh, that's whoa. Nice. Why would I need that? Why would I want this? I don't know, but whatever. I'm not sure. That's just a gain, yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure. It looks different from the default meter. I'm not too sure. This is how it looks always for me. So now that is maybe because it's my default preset, but I think you need to, I thought you need to turn it on, but this is how it always looks for me. This is L2, but I'm not too sure about you guys, but wait, wasn't it maybe these ones? Yeah. Here you go. This right here, this thing, it's normally on one of these, like -16, minus those ones. You can also do the K metering, but I always have it set to loudness so that you get this panel. That's it. Yeah, it's a little bit of a... It was hidden behind this panel, see? It was hidden behind the panel, so I was like, where is it? There it is. But it's yeah, it's a little bit weird why that panel would cover that thing. Like I would assume then just either put these buttons somewhere here or put the panel a little bit higher. It's a little bit weird that this is blocked with the advanced panel when you open it up, in my opinion, but yeah, it's a really nice feature because it allows you to basically change the different levels. So, like, I mean, with this kind of music, you're always gonna hit above -14 LUFS. Like, don't get me wrong. Probably gonna be hitting above -9, to be honest. But I don't really care about that. It just means that Spotify will turn some stuff down. But yeah, that happens. So, this music won't sound good if it's very dynamic or if it's very if it's mixed to like -14 LUFS. It's never gonna sound the way it does. Anyways, how did you make that atmosphere in the intro? It's a lot, honestly. It's quite a bit. There's quite a bunch of layers happening here. But it's mostly these chords. It's mostly this. And that is granular resampled file from Pigments that I used, that I chopped up, and I have a whole bunch of more resampled stuff down there that's just sitting there in case I need it. But it's basically just chopped up audio. That's what it is. So you just a piece of a longer resampled file. That's what it is. And the chords in this are quite interesting. I actually analyzed the thing because I wasn't exactly sure what was happening every now and then. But in some of these F chords right here, not all of them, but in some of them, and this is really interesting because we are in F minor. The track is written in F minor. But in some of the sections where it plays an F chord, it's not playing a minor F chord. It actually plays an F chord, but there is a slight major interval in it, in the key of A. So you get that F major chord suddenly, which doesn't really make sense if you're writing in F minor, but you can still write in F minor on top of an F major chord, and it's still gonna sound good depending on which notes you're using. And for some reason it works. So I'm just sticking with it. I mean, it sounds kind of cool. So yeah, we're just leaving that. But yeah, there's a couple of those layers. There's one extra layer here that comes in every now and then, which is just a little bit more high passed, just to add a higher note. It's not even a nice transition here. Like, it's literally, there's no fades even between these clips. It's literally just, see, there's no fades at all. I still have to do that, honestly. But it doesn't really sound bad, so yeah, that see, every now and then there's a little, does sound like a little click, but that's fine. I can fix that later. And then there's some oh yeah, that was pretty cool. I can go over that real quick. The bass notes here. So I only have two chords, basically, in that resampled file. A C sharp major and yeah, a blend between F minor and F major, because it's weird, because the F chord, it has a high minor third in it a lot of times, and then somewhere lower in the mid frequencies there's a major third. So it's kind of like it's a major and a minor chord at once, which is, I don't even know if that really exists, but I guess now it does, if it didn't. So, but I only had two chords, but I wanted a 3-chord progression. So you got like da da da, like 3 chords, and then the last one is extended for like twice as long as the first two. But I only had two. So what I did, because this one is a C sharp major, and then it goes into F minor, major, whatever. And in between there, I added these bass notes. So these bass notes here are playing C sharp, which is just, of course, the bass note of that first chord. And then it plays an A sharp. And I also high-passed the chords so that I got rid of the sub-bass layer that was in the chords, or the bass layer, because I just resampled a piece of music, basically. And there was bass in that, some bass in that, of course. So I high-passed this one so that it didn't have the bass. And then I just added new bass notes. And I thought to myself, well, if we have a C sharp major chord here that extends over this section, and I add another A sharp underneath it, then that turns it into an A sharp minor 7 chord. So I was like, I can kind of turn that chord into another chord by putting a new bass note underneath it. And that way I was able to kind of turn it into 3 chords instead of 2. So I'll play that without. Let me actually show you. So this is just what it was without that bass layer. And then that higher one comes in to support this bass layer. But if you just have this chord, see? It's just one chord that then goes into the next chord. But then I add the bass notes, so this one, underneath it. And now suddenly we get 3 chords because that new bass note, which is also processed and filtered with the chords here, so there's a lot of processing on the group, which makes those bass notes are kind of like processed together with the chord layer, so it kind of almost becomes part of that chord layer sound now. And then just adding that extra higher clip here to give it a little bit more of a change, so that it feels more like there's an actual chord change. And now suddenly we have 3 chords. And then there's some more elements coming in, like this one, like a vocal layer. Really weird vocal layer, honestly. But it just adds, like, I don't know. It just adds a slight extra, yeah, a little bit of an extra harmony layer to it. And then there's this other one that's outside of the group, which is another choir, but then in pigment. So this is a granular choir, probably. Yeah. So it's actually just a patch. 7 AM is the patch called. I just tweaked it a little bit, looking from this. I don't know what I tweaked, but I tweaked it a little bit. And that sounds like this. And that really plays sort of like a motif almost. Like, it plays this motif that goes... And that repeats 2 times. And then it does this thing. And then it repeats it another time, but with a slight variation at the end. Which is almost like a little motif. But that is added to those chords. So I guess I can just play the entire group now. And here you almost don't hear it, because it really fades in. Oh, wait. Stupid me. I'm like, I almost thought I heard it, but we didn't hear it because the layer was not solo. There we go. Yeah, see, so it adds that little... choir layer just coming in. Here you can hear the volume modulation coming in as well. A little change there at the end, just to keep it interesting, I guess. But that's basically it for that entire chord layer. Now, all of this is... we have this instrument rack here that currently is only sending a MIDI signal to one thing. I think we're missing one. I'm not sure where that one is, but we might come across it during the stream. But this is sending a MIDI signal into LFO tool that is on the group here for the chords. And you can see that I'm doing this shape. So I'm really creating a dotted 8-note timing on the chords that comes in over time, that sort of like fades in, and that then extends into the drop. That is the main groove of the drop as well. So you can hear it in the drop. Like if we turn this LFO tool off, the drop sounds like this. See, it's just a fucking mess. But that LFO tool just adds like a rhythmic thing that comes in, and that works really well in the drop. So during this section here, you can kind of hear it fading in, and that's just this volume right here being automated. So it's just coming in, and you can see the shape. And then I've used the phase here to offset it. I could as well just draw on the shape right here, but I had to make it kind of work because there's obviously latency this group, there's a lot of stuff in there that's being processed, so whatever comes into this group already has latency, so LFO2 is not going to be accurate anyway. So just playing around with the phase to make it feel right was what I did. And then just automate that in. And to keep it in time, and to make sure that it does the right thing, because it's a dotted timing, right? So if we just leave this free running, it's going to get out of time and in time, and it's going to get out of sync, and it would not work. So I'm sending a MIDI signal into here using the MIDI retrigger, and I've also turned on the note gate since the last stream, which allowed me to do some cool stuff. Previously in the last stream, I didn't have that on. I just had the note retrigger. And then we have this clip at the bottom here, so I should actually call this chords, or let's just do lowercase chord retrigger. So that's the track that I'm using to retrigger everything. So you can see I'm just retriggering every bar right here, and that retriggers that dotted 8-note timing so that it restarts, so that it doesn't get out of time after a bar. And then here in the drop, I start doing some other stuff where here I'm just doing the same thing. So every bar it's retriggering, and then on the 4th bar it does this. So it has an 8-note, and then it retriggers it on the 1st or the 2nd 8-note of the bar. And then right here in front of the last snare, I'm just cutting the trigger clip here. So the note that is triggering LFO tool. And that is where that note gate comes in, because what happens is it just completely silences this entire group when I do this. So when when there's no note playing, you don't hear an output coming out of this group, because it just completely turns the sound down. So that just helps to kind of make that second snare feel a little bit more, I don't know, it just gave it a bit more impact, I guess. And it also allows to kind of do some cool stuff with the rhythm every now and then. You can see right here, there's no clip, even though there's still stuff here. See? There's still stuff here playing, even that chord is just extending, but it will cut it off, I think. Let's see. There might be some reverb on it, though, to extend it a bit more, but... Yeah, see? So, it kind of just... I'm not sure what is going on here. Oh yeah, so there's some filter movement happening, and then it turns up the reverb here. So if we have this reverb turned off... Not sure where that other filter movement is coming from, though. Because that... Where's that coming from? Interesting. Is LFO2 on here or on the group? No, it's on the group. So it should actually silence the entire group, but it's not. I'm not sure why. Doesn't matter though. Doesn't matter, it sounds good. But that's weird. Whatever. Yeah, and here I'm really starting to play with the rhythm of that pattern. So that's the B section for now. I like that groove that gives. It's just it doesn't really work yet. See, that's nice. But you can also hear, like if we do... Oh, you can also see, this one is, for instance, here, it's just a 16 note later. See? Just, it changes the rhythm, because actually it's a dotted 8, so it would re-trigger right here. That's where the pattern would fall. but I'm just offsetting it a little bit. But you can also see that I'm what I'm doing right here. If we just extend all of these notes like this, let's see how that sounds. See? We get that extra little bit, and that's basically just the LFO tool looping. So to get that out of it, I'm just using that note gate to kind of silence that LFO tool. I'm not sure why it's doing it here though, but it's not doing it right there. That's weird. Like there's obviously some stuff here, but because this one is so short, it should actually silence this group. But yeah, that's really odd, and I'm not sure why that's happening, and I don't want to know either. I'm fine with it. How do you make your sidechain go to 0 without having clicks? I mean, sidechains are usually gonna click most of the time. But I'm using the Live 8 sidechain, so if you have Live 9 or Live 10 or 11, go to the Ableton website and download the Legacy Pack. The Legacy Pack contains the old presets from Live 8, and in there is also the compressor from Live 8. And that's from before they changed the modes. And for some reason, the FF1 mode is still way better than any of the other sidechains. Or any of the other modes that they added, in my opinion. At least for sidechaining. But yeah, you can see my look head is up 10 milliseconds, so that's obviously gonna help to prevent any clicks. But like low frequency sounds, especially with a sidechain, yes, it's going to click. A lot of times. But it's not necessarily a problem. Like, what you should look for is, are the clicks audible in your mix? Because if the clicks are not audible in your mix and you can't even hear them when your full track is playing, then who the hell cares? Like, that's the whole point. I wouldn't be too concerned about it if your sidechain clicks. Like, yes, you're gonna hear it if you play the bass in solo, but only you are ever gonna hear the bass in solo. So, I mean, that's not really that big of a deal. What matters is, like, yeah, okay, if you can hear it in your track, or if it's for some reason interfering with your drums, I don't know. I never had a moment when it did that, but let's say it does, then yeah, you probably want to fix it, but I honestly haven't really found a moment when the clicks of a sidechain were interfering with anything. Like, most that happens is they just get drowned out in the mix anyway, so I don't really care about them. Yeah, I think this one can be better. This one. Like, it really needs it, because without it, you can just hear. Like, if I just play this drop without it... See, it just, I don't know, it just really adds an extra, yeah, an interesting layer there. But I think the sound could be better. Another thing I'm thinking about is the first beat. I'm thinking of maybe layering either something on top of this bass step on the first part of the bass, on like the first beat, or having a different bass sound on the first beat. So you kind of get a bit more of a stab on the first beat. Like it's already a bit of a stab because of the chord, but maybe something that kind of emphasizes that a little bit more for just the first beat. Maybe even some kind of a higher frequency stab. Like, doesn't even have to be low. Like, I was thinking first, like, maybe something like FME bass range, but maybe even just a higher stab. Something. Great impression. Let's do basic shapes. Give it some voices. Let's do band pass maybe. It's very, well, you almost don't hear it. But let's see. We need to hear it in context, but this section probably doesn't need it. It's better. I don't like it. Let's get rid of that. Don't like that. Could also do it in the drums. Like some kind of a... Wait, do I still have that one? I do. Isn't that the old drums that had the breathy kick drum in it? Yeah. What if we take that? Let's get rid of all of these. Let's grab that. Turn that off. So that one had a bit of a see, it's sidechained to the kick as well, so if I put that on that first beat, drums are so fucking weird. If you hear them by itself, they're so weird. Not exactly. I think we can make a better one, but it does. Something like that would probably work. Not this one, but something like that could work. What can we do? What can we add? Kind of noise hit, maybe. Let's take some noise. Maybe a fast LFO on it. So we probably want to have a little bit of a gap on that first beat so that it kind of hits clean and then that noise comes in. Not sure about what speed we're gonna do. We might do it like this and then find like a nice speed on that, but see what we get. That's better. That's better. More like it. We can use this to shorten it a bit as well, so it's kind of stops before the snare already. I actually like it more like that. Sure. Better. And there again, I think. Maybe not even. Maybe just leave it for that first beat. God damn it. Like, these obviously need more of that. But they have a bit of a tone in it. So, let's see how that works. It's very subtle, but it does add a little bit of extra sort of like emphasis on that first beat, which is kind of what I wanted. That's already pretty well high pass now, but we can use this to emphasize the bit. And let's just add a limiter on it so it's not going to clip. It's so subtle, but these changes. But it does make a difference. Oh, wait, I know what we could do. Let's grab this one. And let's put the noise through it. And then set this to a peak. Oh, that's annoying that it also decreases the level, but I can bring it back up. Right, so if I set this to envelope mode and then make sort of like a shape like this. Maybe let's do something like that. Then we're going to assign that to the frequency here so that it's moving that peak up into the higher frequencies. It's kind of boosting an area. Let's see what that does. So see it? It sort of like changes where Again, very subtle, but... That's very subtle. But I'm gonna leave it in. Make that a bit wider. See what that's gonna do. Alright, that's slightly better. Yeah, I don't really like that. I think here the bass needs to change a little bit. Like the notes that the bass is hitting is good. I'm fine with that. Maybe we could, like, C#0 is quite low, but I think that works better than this. This is really etching up into that high register that is not really good enough anymore for a bass sound. It kind of loses the weight. And this is almost too low, but we could do it. Atmosphere is on point. Yeah, the atmosphere sounds pretty nice already in this tune. In general, everything that's here is pretty cool. This is all pretty nice. I'm working mostly on what's happening here at the moment. Let's hear it in its entirety. I'm gonna turn my speakers on real quick and walk through my room while it's playing back. See if I like it. Let's see. Let's mute the mic. I'll be back in just a bit. Oh, mic is off, my bad. Yeah, I'm thinking maybe in the drop here, we could maybe have another reverb, but a very short, subtle one, just to give the chords a bit more reverb in the drop, because they're very dry. Like when I stop playback, it's not dry because then LFO tool stops, because there is actually reverb on it, but it's all before the LFO tool. So the LFO tool is kind of ducking the reverb even. The reverb is just becoming part of the sound at this point. See, but there is a reverb on it, because there's probably one somewhere here. Huh, where's that reverb? Who? Where's that reverb? Is it in here? No. Who? Where's that reverb coming from? Is it... Ah, it's coming from here. Ah, so it's the Pigment's choir that we hear. See, that one is actually being affected by the LFO tool, because we don't hear the reverb tail at all. But it does sort of like become part of the sound, because every time it switches notes, that reverb tail kind of blends into the next note a little bit. So you do hear it a little bit, but it's very subtle. But since the reverb here goes pretty much away from like here to here, it suddenly turns off. So let's see if we can maybe add a little bit of reverb to those chords in the drop section. Just make another one here. I'll probably use one of these and just make it shorter. Let's see. Send this one to here. See how that sits in the mix. So we'll just take that and we'll just automate this one up when the other one switches off. So go to like, I don't know, maybe -14 seems about nice. So you're new in the chat. Yankee Elkin, welcome back. Or welcome. Not welcome back, but welcome. Sorry. Sounds really cool. Can we listen to the full thing for once? Yeah, sure. No problem. I do that every now and then. Don't worry. I just every now and then, when I've changed something or when I've done something, I usually go back a little bit and then listen to the entire thing so that I can hear how it feels. And this is a good moment because we've now changed that reverb thing. So let's see how that sits in the drop. I think I'm also gonna make or at least try making a better version of this bass Reese pitch bend thing. I think we can make a slightly better one for that. Probably one that has a little bit of vibrato on it as well to really make it a bit more expressive, but we'll see. Probably gonna try that next. Here we can kind of hear that reverb pretty well. I kind of like it. It's a little bit long. So that's what it's adding now. Let's see. Yeah, that definitely works better. I want to buy the Audient Evo bundle. I have no clue what that is, so I cannot comment on that. I know the company, but I don't know what that bundle is, so no clue. Yeah, the drums can definitely be worked on a bit more, but for now I'm kind of more working on the other elements, like these, as opposed to the drums. Drums are still pretty basic at the moment. Just quickly thrown together with a couple of loops as well. Like, well, not all of them, but just some of the percussion is... They were some loops, but they've been completely changed. Not all of them, but some of them have been. Like this one especially. This one is so weird, but... The entire drum groove of this track is weird anyway. These drums by themselves, they sound so fucking weird, but they were made sort of like against the groove of those chord steps. Like regular 16th note stuff or regular 8th note stuff that is just like well, just the stuff that you would normally use doesn't work with this tune. So the drums still can definitely be worked on, but they need a lot of customly made stuff that is in the rhythm that suits whatever else is going on. So I'm trying to first to get everything else to be good, so that then I can go back and let that dictate what the drums are gonna do, which I hope makes sense. But like the heads, even like the heads that I ended up with was this one, like by itself. But when you hear that with the kick drum, then you hear where it's placed, and you can also see it, right? See, like the heads are like a 16th note off on the first beat, but then they get right on the snare, and then it's a dotted 8-note timing, so it's sort of like there's almost like a polyrhythm going on between the different elements. And that was kind of what it needed to be right. Because the chords underneath it are also doing a dotted 8-note pattern, and everything that I tried, from like regular 16s to breaks, I tried a couple of chopped up breaks, I tried a couple of other things. I have so many loops that are just great to try out different grooves. Like I've got a lot of like 8-note grooves and a lot of 16-note grooves of like hat loops and stuff like that you can quickly just drop in to see how that would sound. And none of them worked. I was like, And then the only thing worked is when I took a loop and then basically looped that longer loop, but then looped just like an 8-note section, like a dotted 8-note section. And when I would loop that, then I would get things that made me go, now it sounds slightly okay. So yeah, I need to make myself some nice dotted 8-note stuff for the drums at some point, for sure. The main kick and snare are synthesized. Like this one, that's just a serum. That's just a serum here. Pretty basic patch. Pitch envelope, volume envelope, some extra pitch envelope for the first transient. And that is just for the noise, which you almost don't hear, but it's a really short noise click at the start. And then just a very simple thing here, some EQ to make it sound the way it does, because it just makes it bigger in a way. And the snare is also pretty simple. It's just a very simple drum and bassy synthesized snare drum. Just almost like a sine wave and some noise. Envelope on the sine, pitch envelope of the sine, noise envelope, and that's it. Basically, noise runs through here. Distortion, a little bit of EQ. That EQ is probably modulated. Oh no, it's not. So it's not even doing anything. It's literally just taking down the high frequencies a bit. That's all it does. So yeah, it's pretty basic, honestly. But on top of that are those weird hats, and this noise thing. And you can just already hear, like, that pattern is so weird. Like, it's not necessarily a drum pattern I would normally use, but it's kind of like what it needed for the whole thing with the bass and the chords. And honestly, it does kind of work already. It just needs to be worked on. Like, the groove is there. It just needs to be made better, basically. And then here it gets really weird because those faster things come in. But honestly, the longer I have them in, the kind of more I like them. So I'm like, again, this probably could work, but it just needs to be worked on. And these are a bit loud, honestly, but whatever. Yeah, it's just a really weird drum pattern at the moment, but it kind of works, so... That's all that matters. Doesn't matter how they sound by themselves, it matters how they sit in the track. And for now, this kind of works. I also don't really want to do like big sampled snare drums or stuff on this tune. That's not the vibe I'm going for with this one. Let's save. Okay. I want to see if we can make a better one for this one. It sounds pretty alright right now, but that's mostly because of the reverb. Like if I turn the reverb off, it's a pretty basic sound. Let's see if we can make a good one for that. Bro, if you ever sampled vaping for a bass, dude, that people say that every stream, basically. I'm not even surprised anymore when somebody says that. Wait. Let's use this. Something like that, maybe. Wait. Let's be smart. Let's just do that, because then we have the automation right here. It's a little bit easier, because then it's together with all the other automation. So only on the high notes I want the vibrato to come in. So basically just do something like that. So you get... And then this one, something like that. This part we're almost not hearing anyway, because we need to have the filter on there as well, so we kind of hear what it's doing with the filter, because there's going to be a high pass filter on it that see that does that. So it's lower, so we're gonna go bring these down a bit. I think that's the pitch that it has, but we also have that higher octave in the patch itself, so that's also what we're hearing. Is there also a low pass filter in this one? I think there is, yes. So there is also a low pass filter in the original patch. We can use one after here, maybe. Or should we do it before? Let's try before. Then we can just copy the automation from that one. So that's this automation right here. Oh, that does create a little interesting thing with the distortion. But Why you're not doing anything? Oh. Okay. It's like I'm not hearing it though. Oh. There we go. But why the hell does it stop? There we go. And then it stops again. What is that? Why is it bugged? That's really weird. Save. I'm gonna reload the project real quick. Because that's not supposed to happen. I'll do this real quick. And completely restart Ableton. One moment. While we fix that. Yo, Chinny Chen. Welcome. Restarting Ableton. Every now and then that happens. I'm not sure why that is. Every now and then you just automate something, and it always happens with Serum. You automate something, and then when you click another parameter, it replaces that parameter with whatever parameter you automated on the automation lane, and it just swaps it to a different one. But then it also disables the automation, and you have to click the automation, the knob that you automated, and then it brings the automation back. You have to click that little icon at the top of Ableton, and then it works again. And I'm not sure why it does that. Might have to try. Yeah, well, I don't know how to reproduce it. That's the point. Like, if I knew how to reproduce it, I would be able to just send like an email to or a message to Steve, and be like, "Yo, this is how to reproduce it," but I don't know how to reproduce it, so. Have the same issue with Serum sometimes, and when in Ableton when doing automation. Yeah, exactly. It's like a really annoying, weird little thing, and I'm not sure why it's happening. Maybe it is because of MPE. That's, I think, around the time when it started happening as well, but I could be wrong. I would have to try it out, see if it actually differs, if MPE is on or not. Woody, that's a cool name. I'll put it in the chat for you, because I am completely done answering that question. No hate though, no hate, don't worry. That's exactly why I set the message up, so I don't have to explain it anymore. Ableton is reloading the project, so bear with us. Any more questions while we wait? Or any ideas for the track? That's also good. This is a moment to put your backseat producing in the chat. Now I don't mind. Now I'm distracted by reloading the project, so this is a moment where you guys can backseat produce. When I'm not in the zone, that's when you can share your ideas. When I have my attention to the chat. That's basically when you need to put your ideas in there. No, again, no hate towards you guys. Anyway, you understand what I'm saying. It can be a little bit annoying sometimes when you're trying to produce something, and when you have a couple of ideas that you're working on, and everybody in the chat is saying, "Oh, you should do this, or you should do that, or you should do this," and it's like, yes, but I'm working on this, you know. I actually saw a thing today. Oh, it was so hilarious. I think it was Tsuruda. He was streaming, and he always ends his stream like really abruptly. Like, I know he always just adds like really, like, okay, guys, I'm gonna end by boom, gone. You know, it's like he just ends when he wants to end, basically. But he posted on his Twitter today, and it was so hilarious. He had ended his stream, and there was some dude in the comments of the chat, just by himself, basically, just 3 messages at the end, probably sent after the stream had ended, and he was like, "Well, next time you don't have to rage quit over stupid question," and he was like, you know, like bringing up the most dumb shit. It was hilarious, and I mean, like, everybody on Twitter was like, "Dude, he clearly hasn't watched the streams before, because you always end abruptly." But he was like, "Yeah, don't rage quit when I give you an idea or something, or when I ask a question or something like that." It was like what? Twitch chat can be Twitch chat sometimes, you know. Let's see. Also have some free acoustic audio VSTs, and when trying automate parameters in Ableton Freeze on Mac M1. Yeah, I can't really comment too much on the Mac stuff. I feel like that also usually has to do with the plugin developers that need to implement stuff that makes it work well on Mac. I remember what was it, a couple of updates ago, or one update ago, I'm not entirely sure, a whole bunch of people complaining about Mac stuff because they had updated their Mac and now all of their plugins didn't work, and it was a mess. And I was glad I'm not on Mac. Like, I'm not switching over to OS X at any time at the moment. I'm give me my my customizability, or however you want to say that, you know. And I'm also just too much used to Windows at this point, so. Are you going to have a second drop? Yeah, I think I will. I'm not sure what, though. Another section breakdown with the ambient stuff should be added. Yeah, totally. I think we can have another section. Probably with a different... I want to probably change it a little bit, though. I don't... Like, the tracks that I'm working on at the moment, like, I guess almost all of them have a very... They kind of all go through... Almost... Yeah, I don't want to toot my own horn, but... Like they take you on a journey, in a way. Like, it's never, in none of the tracks have a section where the section is played and then comes back exactly the way it is already played once earlier in the track. In every track that I've worked for this, well, I guess this new sound, quote-unquote, that I'm working on, that I have never done before, that the last few tunes all kind of, like, fit into, what was I gonna say? Dude, I literally forgot my sentence mid-sentence. Well, holy fucking shit. Yo, Exemption. Long time no see. Welcome. Guys, help me out. What was I saying? I was gonna say something, but I completely forgot it. And it was one of those where I just felt it fading away. I just knew it was there, but then the more I think about it now, the less I know what I was talking about. That's hilarious. Let's give this project a quick save before I switch over. Anyways. Your new style. Yeah, it's kind of like something like for a really long time I've been working on tracks, right? And I was like, all the things that I did, like the intros were there. All of those tracks that I worked on in the past, like in the last few years, the intros every time, the atmospheric stuff and the intros, those were there. And I can already hear, when I now open up the older projects, I can already hear the things that I'm doing now as well. And I think actually a lot of the old intros that I made, I can just repurpose at this point and just go back to them at some point and just find a couple of good ones and just make a new drop. Because the drops have changed completely, and I feel like what I'm doing now, where all of these drops have some kind of a melodic thing to it as well, and that kind of is what works with these intros that I had, at least in my mind. And I'm suddenly having a lot more fun again with making music, so that's a good sign. And I had like, previously when I was making tracks, they were always all over the place, if you get what I mean, like in terms of sound. Like I would make one track and it had a bit more of an old school sound, and then the next track had a bit more of a very digital, well, not minimal, but very digital new school kind of sound, and then the next one was trying to be more minimalistic, but then wasn't minimalistic, but ended up being a lot heavier, and everything was just like, there wasn't really anything that made me go, yes, these really fit well together, because they have a cohesive sound to them. It was all just like all over the place. And now the last few projects that I've been working on that all have this new kind of thing that I've been exploring when it comes to like chords and all that kind of stuff, they all have a kind of a similar sound to it, which is gonna be in the end what you need for like something like an EP or something like that. So yeah, I know it's been nice the last few weeks, months. What is it? 2 months now? Yeah. Yeah, it's a process. It's a process for sure. Anyways, we're back in Ableton. Let me see. The automation is still there. Let's see what happens if we click a parameter inside of Serum. So let's click the detune. Looks like it's working. It's still there. Good. Good. But that patch sounds like shit now. What has happened? Oh, see, the filter is not moving. What? Why is that filter? See, it's gone. And now this one is stuck. What? This is so odd. Like, it's such a weird bug. Okay, let's turn off MPE, or am I using MPE for the pitch bends? Probably am. Yes, I am. Only in one section, though. That's very subtle. Let's turn MPE off. See, there's no pitch bend automation happening at the moment, or filter automation. Let's copy these and paste it here. But see, it's disabled, but I can't re-enable it because this is stuck. So I have to reload the project again. Now don't worry, it's not going to take as long as it just took, because it was already loaded, but we had a little chat. Let me do that one. And let's reload that again. So the button gets unstuck. I know one person who I think it was the last stream, and he said something in the chat that I could try, And it's definitely something that has been sticking in my mind ever since. And that is to try a 4/4 section on this track. And I think it could work with that dotted 8-note thing. But we could also do a weird dotted 8-note drop thing, where we get a really, I don't know, that's going to be hectic, but could be fun. Or just change the rhythm up in the second drop. Bro, it's taken me years to get to a place where I feel comfortable to release. I keep revisiting projects to improve until they're ready. Yeah, exactly. But for me, it was a long time. I was just kind of like, I guess I wasn't really thinking to myself, like, what do I want to hear? But I was more thinking about, like, oh, what do other people do and what works and what is doing great right now and what do people like, or, you know, basically just keep chasing whatever is trending, but that's not going to work. You're always going to be chasing, basically. So I kind of started at the start of this year, I think it was, so like around the change of the year. I think it was the last stream of the year that we started the first thing with this sound. Was it the New Year's Eve stream? No, I don't think the New Year's Eve stream was that good this year. It's probably the first stream of the year. But that's when I started thinking about it differently. Like, what do I want to hear? And what do I think will work with these intros? And I don't know, it's something changed. It's back now. But the automation is gone again, see? That's so fucking weird. The filter automation is gone again, and if I now click this, there's no automation on that filter. Well, let's copy it one more time to here. And I'm gonna drop it down there. But see, it's also not down here. It's also not shown up down there. So that might have something to do with it. What if we do configure and then click it? Now it does show up here. And then we need to do this. It still works, that's good. And now if I click something, it stays. I think this might have something to do with it. That it just for some reason didn't show up here. That might be something to hit Steve up about, see if he can find something out. Because I just noticed that the filter cutoff, even though it was being automated, it was not showing up here. And that is a little bit of a weird thing. It should always show there when you're automating something. So, interesting. Now it should be better though. Now we got more of that. There's no reverb on it yet, but we have reverb automation as well. So let me copy that one over. Okay. So this was the old one. It's lower, first of all, but let's see what this one sounds like in the mix. Let's play the entire thing, do ourselves a little recap. I'm gonna go and take a little short piss, and I'll be back in just a bit. I'll let this play on repeat in case it loops. I don't think it will, but I'll be back in just a little bit. You guys enjoy this track. Okay. Let's see. It sounded a little weird. Like it was... Hey. Why are you not... Where is it? Right there. Why are you not... Why are you not going up in pitch? Again, I think MPE in Ableton is just still a little bugged. There we go. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure yet about that. Like, that one kind of works, honestly. What if I just add vibrato to that one? Let's do legato. Then LFO1 to the master tuning. And then control that with the mod wheel. Then we can take this. And on this one, we can take that. Do this. It's again not showing up, so I'm gonna click here and do that. Hopefully this works. Again, this one is stuck now. What the fuck? Oh, I don't even care. It's obviously a bit much. Which automation is stuck now? There's now an automation stuck, and I'm not sure which one it is. God damn it. Ableton is really being weird today. Well, save. And reload the project, because that fixes it. So odd. Why would it do that? And not on one of the tracks that I was automating. So that's weird. I really think it has something to do with the MPE stuff. It seems to be happening mostly when I'm using MPE, that it does weird shit like this. I need a drink. Fuck. Please, audio interface, stay there. Don't fall. I'm glad I finally got you working properly, so please just don't move. Has it already loaded? Oh no, it's still loading. Okay, there we go. It's a bug that Ableton needs to fix. Yeah, it's weird. And now it's gone again, see? So whatever automation was stuck is now unstuck again. The only question is the module automation. Oh, it's still there. Oh. Weird. Okay, whatever. But now probably this one again, I need to go in here, because let me guess, this one doesn't pitch bend. See? And I need to go in Vital. Vital is also one that where it happens. I need to go in here, turn MPE off, and turn it back on. And then it works. So weird. Yeah, they should. I mean, I try, like, when it's a bug that I really know how it works. Like, for instance, this one with Serum. Now I noticed that it stopped doing what it was doing when I put the thing here. That's something I can send to Steve Duda, and see if he can figure that out. Like, that's something he can probably work with, because then he at least knows what to look for, or what to look into. When you just go like, oh, shit is not working, mate. He's gonna be like, yeah, okay, great. I want to help you, but please give me information, you know? So I need to kind of be able to reproduce it, to really be able to send something to him. But something like that, I can definitely make notice of it, off to him. Say like, yo, I noticed this. Not sure if that has anything to do with it, but try it out. And I remember previously I had a bug as well. There was something else. It happened during a stream, and it was a really weird bug with Serum. I sent it to Steve. I was like, yo, I noticed something during a stream, and this and this and this, and I'm not entirely sure why it happened, but I can kind of reproduce it, and do you want to look into it? And like within a couple of minutes, like within an hour, he sent me a message back. I think it was like 20 minutes or something. He sends a message back. I have to look into it. And I'm like, okay, cool. Wake up the next day, yo, mate. Or no, not even the next day. I think it was the same evening. He just sent, he said, yo, here, try out this updated patch. If it works, then I'll roll it out tomorrow. And I'm like, oh, nice. And he was like, yeah, that bug apparently has been there since the start of Serum. I just never noticed it. And it was also, it wasn't even what I thought it was. But the thing that I noticed put him into a direction where he had to look into to find the bug. So, yeah. Make sure you have an up-to-date Vital as well. I mean, that one should update, right? By itself. Doesn't it? Didn't it have the auto-update thing? I'm not sure where that is, but I thought that had an auto-update thing, where it would just update. But I could be wrong. I haven't updated Fido in a while though, so if that's not the case, then I probably should look into it. No, it does not. Oh, weird, because I think I saw that sometime, that I turned that on, but might have been really early on. Maybe it didn't work properly and he removed it, but okay, well, I'll check that after the stream. Don't mind these names here, FSUS2. I don't even think it's an FSUS2, but that's still left over from when I first resampled everything. Now, this section could still maybe change a little, but for now it works. Okay. See if we can give it a little bit of a crispier kind of sound, but not too like that on the start there. It's kind of nice. That is kind of cool. So what if we make a point right here, set that to 2 or 3. Like that little extra crackle there is kind of nice. It's a bit much in the mix though. See, it gets really noisy, so let's not do that. Let's remove this one. Oh, why are they all to set to squared? Let's try them on linear. Let's see what happens. Hey, and why is this one like that? That's weird. Why are they different suddenly? Didn't I change this one? Don't know what I did, but... Yeah, okay. Let me put this one in the bass group as well, because it's kind of like a bass sound. Well, it is a bass sound. So let's put it in that group so it also gets sidechained, because it wasn't being sidechained. And it's probably clashing now with the main bass. It's a little bit quiet, because this is need to be brought up a bit. Let's put you there. I mean, they don't really clash that much. Because that main noise bass, it has a very big gap, basically, in the frequency spectrum. Like, if we put an EQ on that, you can probably see it as well. Yeah, we're not using that one, so let's put it right here. Let's take it then and drop it there. You can probably see it as well. Yeah, see, there's this whole gap right here. And we can probably even get rid of some of the stuff here, because we have so much other stuff happening. And that's all sitting more in this gap right here. So... Okay, good. It can still be heard in mono as well. This is mono. That one does sound a little bit weak on the low note here. I want to do some mid-side EQ on this one to make the mid a little bit more pronounced, so that it doesn't get so quiet. We can probably hear a lot of that in the sides. Yeah. See, there's a lot of that sound in the sides. That all disappears as soon as we summon to mono, so that's why in stereo it sounds pretty big, but then in mono, it loses a bit of that size that it has, so... But especially in the mix of the entire thing, you can just hear that it kind of disappears a little in mono. So... I mean, I guess in stereo as well. Yeah. It's just really low. But might not be that big of a deal. This rack build, yeah, I'm not gonna say too much about that because that's not my idea. This is actually coming from Face. Face posted the whole thing on his Patreon where he explained how he did this. It's basically just two racks with different setups in it to basically route the audio in a certain way. So from stereo, and then here you have just a regular stereo. If I do this, you hear just a low end. This is just the mids, just the highs, and then just the tonal part, which is kind of like the mids and the highs combined, and a little bit of the lows, but no sub. And it also rolls off the high end, so you hear that's more like the music area, the area where most of the musical stuff sits, so you can sometimes hear things better by just hearing that. And then this works combined with this, so you can choose if you just want to hear the highs in the sides, for instance. So that's, or just the highs in mono, and see what's there. But yeah, like, it's not my idea, it's what Face explained on his Patreon, so if you want to see it, just sub to his Patreon, I guess. But it works really well. It's really handy, so that's why I tend to use it. Why? Oh, the entire time we were swapping the left and right channel. I'm not sure why, but that was there. Now it's not. For bass, I like the mono around 300 Hz and lower. I think it depends. It depends on the track. I'm not sure how much there is in the sides on this one. In the bass. Sides, lows. It is a little bit. But this is lows. Everything under 200 Hz, what you're hearing. So there's almost nothing there in terms of bass. Just a little bit of upper harmonics. Everything is sitting in the mid. So yeah, the bass by itself sounds pretty clean. It's pretty much identical. There's a little bit of width, as you can see right here. It's not that mono. But that's the key. It doesn't have to be completely mono. What it needs to do is it needs to sound as powerful in mono as it does in stereo. So this little bit of width right here that you're seeing, that's fine. Like, it doesn't lose power. It loses a little bit of width, but it's very subtle anyway. So that's fine. You know, you don't necessarily have to have your bass completely in mono. Only when it's an issue, when it's giving you problems, then you should. Yeah, drum and bass producer Face. I'll grab a link to his Patreon real quick for you guys. There you go. You googled the name and immediately you have not suitable for work comics now in your browser history. Oh, interesting. I'm not sure what you googled, but no, Face with a C. Drum and bass producer Face. He makes some really good music, by the way. Check his stuff out. And he has some pretty cool videos on his Patreon. He's been doing a lot more recently, a lot more videos as well. Like there's a couple of Patreon accounts I can advise you to join if you're into drum and bass. The Vision Patreon, for instance, is an absolute gold mine of information. The guys from Noisia doing basically tutorials every single month on there, and and it's all like 45 minutes to an hour long, and it's like really deep stuff. There's so much information in there. That's definitely one I can recommend. But Phase does some pretty cool stuff as well. He has some pretty nice sample packs every now and then on his Patreon, and in general, like the videos as well. Like that tip with that rack that I picked up is one of the things that he made a video about on his Patreon, and I was like, that's really handy. It basically just uses the new Ableton features that you can use to save positions for the macro knobs in a rack. That's what it does. But he goes over how to set it up completely, and it works really well. It's absolutely great. Yes, it's Patreon Face. Have fun. No, I don't know if I wanna. I'm probably not gonna Google that on stream. I think. Just judging by what you just said. I'm not sure if the YouTube guidelines are gonna allow that on stream. Am I right? But I'll keep it in mind, because you know I'm a man of culture. Stan is saying pretty awesome. What, you're talking about the comics? So yeah, somebody said a 4/4 version of a drop could also work maybe. And I'm thinking I definitely want to try it out, at least. Not sure if we're gonna do that now, but you have a funny story about meeting him, really. I almost feel like the chords should change here. I don't want to go to this one though, because that one is used there, right? But we can try it out if it wants to. That's the same one as here though. It does work though, with a F note bass underneath it. I don't really like it though. But what if we use that one, which has a different sound? Oh. This one has a different high note as the one that I had here. Let's see what we get. Yeah, it has a different high note. See? I like that. I also think there's some automation happening here on the filter. Let's open it up all the way. That's a little weird though, that change there. But in the mix it works. Why is it suddenly... Is it because of that? Yeah, this section needs more, definitely. I feel the tempo really depends on the person who's making music. Everybody has their own preferred tempo, I feel. For me it's 172. I know other people like 174, other people like 175 or 176. Doesn't matter. Like it's a difference that like anything smaller than like 3 beats per minute. Like 3 beats per minute is almost like the that is sort of like the threshold of what a human can notice of like a change in tempo. Like if 1 BPM in tempo change, you won't even notice. So like from 175 to 172 is like literally on the threshold of what a human can pick out. So I wouldn't really care too much about it if I were you. Okay, let's see. We have these higher notes as well. We can play with those to change what this sounds like. Let's see. So this is a C, so low C. loops. See how that sounds in the mix. We need to hear it in its entirety from the start here, so that we can hear how it flows into that. Just so that we have a little bit of a change there. Okay, I don't like it, but no big deal. We can undo that. That's what it was. Let's try with this one. Almost. Now we can try this one, which I don't think is going to work, but like I said, in these F chords, there is a major third interval for some reason, even though we're in F minor. And it actually sounds cool. So I'm every now and then I could go to that major third. There it doesn't work though, but I do like it a little bit, but not entirely. Let's get rid of that note. Oh wait, we can also play around with this here. I'm gonna hear it right now because this is all the way down, but if we bring that all the way up, we don't hear shit. Don't like it. Let's just do that. Okay, so in this section, we can probably have something come in that's more sustained. Something like that kind of does the same thing or a similar thing as what the chords are doing. Let's just start with a simple serum patch. Don't worry, you guys can chat. Don't worry. I said a couple of what was it? Maybe half an hour ago that backseat producing can be a little bit annoying. That doesn't mean you're not allowed to chat. The chat is so awfully quiet right away. Let's see. So we have definitely... like maybe even a lead just on the roots of the chord. Some kind of a lead sound. Like some kind of a... yeah, some kind of a lead or a pad or something. It's totally not doing the right thing with the bass here, but that's because that bass is also re-triggering quite often. What if we just take that and drop you there, and then just... Oh, that's weird. Kind of like it in a way. It's loud, but thank you very much, mate, for these streams and videos. You're welcome. You're welcome, algorithm. Oh, wait. Not sure if I like it. Different idea then. What else can we try? Like it needs an extra layer. Maybe it just needs... Maybe it just needs... that with that. And then... Oh, it's a bit quick. Also isn't really doing it, huh? That could work. I'm always hesitant to use extra voice in Serum because I don't think you can manage phase correctly. I mean, you can. There's a whole bunch of ways. Like right now, I don't really even care. But if you do this, so bring the phase all the way up, then play it, and then bring this up. Now, every time it hits, they will hit from the same position. See? As long as I keep this up, it's going to trigger them from the same position. And when I do this, and then when it comes to the next note, now we have a new position. See? So now it plays all those voices, but from those positions where it last was when you brought these two all the way up. You first bring the phase up, and then you bring the random phase up, and you just have to find a position that sounds good. So you just have to see, like, okay, let's say you like that one, okay, then we like that one, but let's say we don't. So you can see it jumps to different positions. Like on this sound, it doesn't really do much of a difference because there's no real processing happening. But that way you can sort of like align them with each other. What I always do if I have like a Reese with like just free running stuff like that, is I take what I like at least, is take like one other oscillator and use that with some AM on the other one. So it just gives that oscillator a little bit of the shape of this one, which can sound nice, or ring mod. And especially when you have a lot of distortion happening, that can be pretty cool. This one is not doing that much right now, but if we it's not really doing much. Because we really need some post-processing that actually, you know, makes it really depend on what the phase is doing. Whereas right now it doesn't really matter that much. It's just a couple of detuned solos. Right? Anyways, oh. Let's do that one. Then I'm not sure why it does that. I think it's because my my MIDI controller is doing this. I'm not sure what the different things are here. Yeah, I'm not sure. I can turn it off. But we can do this one and then just record it. Maybe that could be cool. Actually, that might be nice to do with it. Now I'm getting an idea for this. Serum. Mono. Pretty short glide time. And it doesn't glide. Oh, that's the wrong one. My bad. Might not even have to do them again, only in that section. Okay, I do like that. Choose this filter. So I'm just gonna copy this automation. Let's see what happens. Let's take this. And we're just gonna copy that to that one. Here, it again doesn't show up here. So let's just click that. So now it does show up. And then now we're gonna okay, so from about there to about there maybe? Yeah, that's about right. Then we're gonna assign that to this one, so that on every high note so even when it now is closed, we should get that. So we can now just play with this, and we can also maybe bring this one down a bit further, so that all the low notes are the same position on the low pass here. If we want to change that, we need to mess with the low pass, but it's kind of cool. I don't like it entirely, but there's parts of it that I do like. No, I don't really like it at all, or I don't really like completely, but the higher pits are kind of cool. So I might use those. What speakers I have? Some really old Alesis monitor speakers, M1 actives. They're pretty damn old. I'm probably gonna upgrade my monitors, but it's also a little bit, you know, short on space here on the desk, so I can't really have that much bigger. I could go 7 inches maybe, but it's gonna feel quite cramped, so I'm not entirely sure yet. You know what, let's record this as well. See what it looks like. I like how it builds throughout this intro. It just gets bigger and bigger. You can see it in the waveform as well. It just gets louder and louder until it's somewhere around here. It hits the limiter, but it's still growing. I still feel we could maybe have something here to keep the pace going, but I'm not sure. The change in the vocal here is actually good now. Just adds enough variation. Yeah, this section is just, it needs a lot more. It doesn't feel right. No. Yeah, this section is still a bit... This one is suddenly huge. Right there. It's probably because of this wave shape that I added. Nice. And this one is also a little bit weird. We can just have this like that. And go back up. What's happening here? That one needs to be there. There we go. I need to piss real quick. Yeah, I'll be back in just a bit. Yeah, I think I want to work on the drums a bit as well, because the drums are a bit shit at the moment. I'll be back in just a little bit. Thanks for the follow. It's not gonna make a change because we're doing the we're doing this with that, yeah. So it's not gonna make a change, and there's no. It is going to make a change because we're using this key tracking the noise. So. It's going to be very subtle, but There you go. It still feels a little weird here. What if we move this one down to here, which is the same instrument, the same track, but this one is outside of the chord group, so it's not it's not made rhythmic by the LFO tool. So if I put this outside of it, we suddenly have a sustained choir. See here, the choir runs through the same volume envelope. Actually sounds pretty weird, the pattern by itself, if it's not running through the same thing. We actually have a different pattern in the intro here. What if I bring that back? What I want to try now is see what happens if we use this pattern right here. Ooh. Ooh, that is kind of interesting. Maybe more like this though. So it follows more with the rhythm of what the bass is doing, because in the intro the bass is not there, so... Oh no, actually it sounded quite good like that. This one could maybe hit actually. That's actually pretty cool. What if we do that? What if we just do this? That kind of works. And that actually, I think that also needs to happen halfway through, actually. So, right around here. That's nice. Here we have this one. Yeah, that one opens up a little bit fast here. Let's do a bit more like this, maybe. That's better. Now, I can see we have a bunch of automations here happening that we don't have in this section, so that's definitely going to help as well. There's some reverb automation, and this is the LFO tool, so let's try doing these right here, so we get a little bit of movement on that LFO tool as well, so it kind of ducks away a little bit. I have to play with it, but you can kind of hear what that's doing, right? So that LFO tool is creating the rhythmic thing in this entire drop, on the chords at least. The bass is done just with an LFO, if I remember correctly. Yeah, see, the bass is just done with this LFO shape, so that's just doing it slightly. The bass is timed slightly different than what the chords are doing, but it kind of works to groove with the two together. But if we go to here to the chords and just automate that LFO tool, which is just a level, so the amount on the level of that LFO tool, we can kind of like make the sustained version come back in every now and then on like the end of a section. I'm doing that in the first half. And like right here, you can really hear what it does, but it makes a lot of sense because... See, it almost feels like a reverb swell. But it's not a reverb swell, it's the LFO tool just getting a little bit less there. Okay, so I want to try out a 4th floor version of this drop for sure. Let's see if we can do something with that. Let's just grab all of this right here with the automation. Let's drop that somewhere around here for now. If it wants to. Copy. Paste. There we go. I wonder what that would do. Let's grab ourselves a kick drum. Okay. Okay. Let's just put a kick drum underneath the entire thing for now. Especially, I want to hear the second section. Oh, shit! Oh, shit! Okay, wait a moment. Wait a moment. Save. Save. Save under new version. Version 7. 4 second drop. No, 4 second half. Wait a second. Should have tried this earlier. Honestly, that sounds really nice with that groove of that second half. Don't you think too? Like this. That works, but this. I think we can make that work. Yeah, that can work. Different kick though, I think. Differently shaped kick slightly, but... Okay. Kinda like it. Oh wait. Wrong one. That sounds kind of cool. Okay. I actually like it without a lot of the percussion, honestly. That noise is alright, that very subtle in the background. That's nice, that kind of works. It just adds a little bit of an extra sort of like pumping effect to the drums. Even with the 4th floor pattern, it kind of works, like without it. And then with it. Like, I'm not even gonna change the pattern of that. I like that. That just sits well there. That's kind of cool. Like an extra kick there. Maybe even a little bit weird like that. Yeah, that's nice. Do we have a nice hat? That one will do for now, but we probably need a different one. Come on, you can do it. This project is getting so big. I'm not even sure how many tracks there is on this project right now, but it's quite a lot. Damn, loading up a simpler for the first time. I haven't used a simpler in this project yet, so it's giving it good old time. There we go. Holy shit. Group into a drum rack. weird. A pattern like this could work better, where the hats are a little bit weird. That's gonna work better, you know, something like that. Than weird. That one seems to work best. Do want to try one thing out real quick. It's probably gonna sound like shit, but Pum, 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 pum. I don't like the hats, so fuck the hats. I do maybe like the 16th note one, but... Do we have a nice clap? Sure, that'll do. For now, at least. Okay, that will not do. Maybe if it's louder. That's fucking loud. Space with the kick like crazy. Listen. There's like some saturation on the entire drums group right now, which I probably want to replace. Yeah. And it's already clipping going into this group, so... Kick drum probably has to change as well in this section. For now, this will do. It's definitely fighting for space there, but, well, whatever. Maybe different clap, like this one. Almost in the wrong track. Why are these also shit? Why don't we have a good one? Clap. Clap. Nope. Just the good claps in here. Regular claps. Should we do pre-shifted? Then we need to play around with this. Sounds like fucking shit right now. Just do that. I'm not entirely liking that clap, to be honest. But for now, I'll leave it in. It sounds a little bit better when it's slightly pre-delayed. Which makes sense. Okay. This sounds awesome. Did you start this yesterday? No, not yesterday. We started this a couple of streams ago, but I think it was Friday when we came up with this main groove with the volume automation, or the volume modulation, I should say, with LFO tool. Because I think was it Friday that I only had that shitty drop that I completely deleted. Yeah, that's completely gone. I think it was. I think we came up with this whole thing in the previous stream, except for a couple of elements. I didn't have this one in the drop in the previous stream. That one was added in between the last stream and this stream, so that is not done on stream, but it's just a kind of like a foghorn kind of sound, but then just high-passed. See? A pretty low harmonic foghorn though. But it works. And it's just, yeah, so it's just harmonic series. And if we change this, we can get different ones, but I'm automating that, I think. I'm automating that to get different variations, I believe. Yeah, see, it's being automated so that second note has a different harmonic. It goes to five sine waves here, and here it's 6. Like traditional foghorn, you would probably bring it up a bit, so you get more. Like, it doesn't really work because of the distortion right now, but... and probably because of this one. There you go. That would be your foghorn. See? Actually, should we try that? Let's try. Let's play it back from the start and see what happens. And the harmonics thing is really cool. And it works really well for these kind of sounds, because it's different than using multiple notes. You're kind of creating multiple pitches, but it's not done using the same, or using different notes. You're using the initial MIDI note coming into it, and then you're using a mathematical harmonic on top of it that works sort of like if you set it to 2 cycles, it's basically an octave, right? So if we have this one, if it's set to 2, it's an octave, right? 3 is kind of like a perfect fifth, but it's not entirely perfect. And you can notice that as well. If you take like an oscillator and then take an oscillator that is a fifth up and then maybe an extra octave so that they don't clash, you will hear and even see it that the voices kind of drift a little, and that's because they don't perfectly line up in terms of the amount of cycles. Like when you play a normal, regular perfect fifth, it's not that there's exactly 3 cycles in the time when there's 1 cycle on the root note. It's actually slightly off, so there is a little bit of movement. But when you use the harmonic series, it's sort of like it's perfect, right? It's basically just a ratio of 3 to 1, and it's always perfect depending on which note you play. It's always going to be the same. That's why this works for things like bass sounds that you want to distort. You hear it as well. Like if you play, if you take like, I'm actually doing it, I think, in this track, where I take, where am I not? Well, I guess I am, yeah. Like this whole Reese thing, for instance, plays different notes as what the main bass plays. The main bass mainly plays F in this section. and then here we have these pitch bend Reese things coming in. So those together, they create a weird interval, and they're not playing the same note. And if we would then distort this all together, which is actually doing, there is a saturator on it, but it's not doing that much. It's literally just adding a bit of soft clipping. But if we would push that, you would probably hear... Interesting. Let's undo that. So... Oh! Oh, might actually be really cool. Anyways, if we push this, let's turn the Foghorn off so that we just have the regular bass with this one. And if we push that on that saturator, you're probably going to hear it, that it starts to create weird harmonics. See? And that's just because those are not the same notes. They're playing two different notes, and those start distorting together. And the difference between the two notes is the new frequency from which harmonics are going to be created. So it's a little bit complicated right now because we have multiple sounds interacting with each other when we run it through this distortion. But if you just take just take a really simple patch, and fuck it, I'm actually gonna show it to you. Hey, little lesson in between. Fuck it, we're nearing the end of the stream. It's time that I stop. It's getting late here. It's 1:13 a.m. But if we take just two sine waves right here, so just a sine wave in here. If we do a low F, and then let's do another F an octave up, for instance, and then put a saturator on that. Or actually, let's do it in a serum. That might be a little bit easier to show you. Is it? It's not, it doesn't matter. Let's put some saturation on it or something else, but saturation should work. Like this will work, right? We can boost this as much as we want. Actually, yes, we want to have a serum. Because then I can show you the difference between harmonic series and non-harmonic series. So if we just take basic shapes here, or actually let's take the harmonic series on both of these. And I'll turn this one off for now. So we have just one sine wave. No phase weirdness, so just a single sine wave. Two notes right now. And it sounds good, right? We can boost this with the distortion. And it stays so like, it keeps sounding pretty good. Gets very distorted, but sounds pretty good, right? No, nothing weird is happening when we do that. But when we use, let's say, a different note, so this case, a minor third, that still sounds alright, but you can already see here on the oscilloscope that now it's wobbling. See? And when we start distorting that, do you hear what happened? It's now creating extra harmonics, but those harmonics are not related to the notes that we're feeding into it. They're not related to this F note, and they're also not related to this G sharp note. They're related to the difference in hertz between the two notes. And that is very interesting. You can see it on an EQ, I guess. Let's take a bit of a nice, accurate EQ. And it starts creating these extra harmonics in between that are not related to neither of the two notes. Well, I guess they are, because they're related to the difference between the two notes. So they're still kind of related to the note, but also not. And if we change this, it will also create different harmonics. Now you can see and hear a perfect fifth kind of works. But there is modulation happening, see? So we do get some movement in it already. perfect fifth kind of is the only note that really works if you want to stack notes and then distort them together. You will get a slight amount of saturation, but that's actually the one that works. I guess the other one that works is the major third, but it's a little more unstable. Octave up, it works a little bit better. But if we take the minor third, we get that oscillation again, right? So really only the perfect fifth and the major third kind of work. You still get modulation, but it's slow enough that it still works. But let's compare that to the harmonic series. So turn this one on, and I'm going to raise this up. So now we have an octave. That's always going to work, right? Hey, we are getting some modulation. What's that? Look at that. That's interesting. Why is that? Why is there modulation between the two? It should be a perfect octave. Oh. No, we have one note. That's weird. That is weird. Oh, okay. I need to bring it up. Then it works. So let me put that there, so we can bring it up, and I can use this. Like if we bring this up, it's going to. I'm not sure why it's wobbling, because it shouldn't do that. Really weird. Anyways, maybe it's the saturator. That could also be the case. That's fine. Not sure why these wobble, because normally we shouldn't get that. But anyways, let's raise this up. 3 is a perfect fifth. And this is a lot more stable than that fifth that we had earlier. So because this is not a perfect fifth, that makes no sense. This is a fifth that's sort of like, yeah, in the harmonic series, and I'm not entirely sure. Well, I know why it works. It's because we've got exactly 3 cycles in the time of one cycle on this one. Actually, we got exactly 6 cycles, because this is an octave up. So we get 6 cycles of this one in the time that this one does 1 cycle, and they line up perfectly. So every time those cycles loop, they will stay in sync with each other. And that is why the distortion sounds so clean if you use it on something with the harmonic series versus something that is just 2 different pitched, 2 different MIDI notes. Like you can still do a perfect fifth and it will sound relatively okay, but you are getting some movement and things that you won't get if you do it this way. I'm not sure why we get some extra movement on this though, because normally it doesn't do that. Like, normally the harmonics I introduce with this should be completely static. I think, but maybe it's just a distortion type that we're using. I mean, we can just... I'm not sure. But any of these is gonna work. See? And that's because these are technically different pitches. They're just not pitches that sort of like they're not tuned to notes of our regular tuning system. Like, they're not tuned to any of those notes. They're all slightly off. They're all sort of like slightly different. If you would write a melody with this, for instance, you will get close to certain notes, but it's not going to be exactly the note that you would normally get if you would, well, put the closest MIDI note to that sound into your MIDI editor. It would be a different note. It would be slightly sharper or slightly flatter. And that is why this sort of like works when you distort it. And the harmonics it creates are literally based on these two oscillators because they line up perfectly. There's no extra weird harmonics being created when we distort it. Whereas if we take two MIDI notes, it will, because they don't line up perfectly, it now suddenly starts looking at like, oh, these notes don't line up perfectly. And then when that's pushed into a distortion, so I guess the difference between those cycles that don't line up, that is sort of like what introduces the new harmonics that are completely unrelated to the sound that you feed into it. It's really interesting though, because you can utilize both. Like sometimes those harmonics that are different can actually be good. Like it can actually be interesting. But a lot of times you don't want it because it completely destroys the sound, especially if you want to distort the sound. But like I said, sometimes it can be nice. So yeah, I'm not sure. That wobble. I haven't seen that before, but could be wrong. Anyways, I think I'm gonna stop the stream. I'll play the entire thing while we end it. Thanks for being here. I'm gonna be playing around with that 4/4 thing, and I'm gonna work on the drums to kind of make them a little bit. Well, I need to work on the mix in general so that the elements aren't really fighting for space like they are now. Not even sure if there is a sidechain on here. Oh, there is, but only to the kick drum. We might now completely get rid of the chords quite a lot, but I'm just gonna add a sidechain for the snare as well on those chord layers because they're quite damn loud. Like, see? They're basically almost hitting 0, so... And then they are layered with the bass as well, so that's something I need to work on. I need to make the bass and the chords sit better together. Maybe even process them together so that they are... well, they're never gonna exceed a certain level, so that they don't really, you know, squeeze the mix too much when they hit the master limiter, because I think that's what's happening right now. And then the drums are hitting into it as well, which are not limited, I believe. Oh, they are not clipping, but... They aren't clipping, so that's good, but... Yeah, it's still... The elements are fighting a bit for space when the drop hits. So, that's something I need to work on. But, that's stuff we can do later, right? We need to work on the track first. Make the track... Well, finish the track. But today... We did do a couple of things, and it actually ended up sounding quite cool. The 4/4 thing is pretty cool, and I'm definitely gonna see what I can do with that, because I like it. You tried out the FO plugins, and you can't get them to recognize your license. Oh. That's weird. I don't know, man. I don't know. I guess you could try the image line forum. Need to log in for that to see the messages on the forum, but maybe there's something there. But I remember I had to do something as well. I think I had to point Ableton to just the folder. Like, is Ableton seeing the plugins, or is it just not reading the license? Like, or are the plugins just not showing up in Ableton completely? That could also be the case. That's what I had. The plugins open. Oh, okay, then it's different from what I had. For me, they wouldn't show up in Ableton. and I had to manually point Ableton to the exact folder where they were in, and then have Ableton scan it, and then it found them, but obviously it had only those plugins in my VST folder, and then I had to move it back to the previous folder, obviously rescan my entire plugin list, which was an absolute pain, and then they were there. So I'm not sure why that was, but that fixed it. But I didn't have any issues with the license though, so I'm not sure about that. Anyways, thanks for being here. I think I saw somebody who subbed on Patreon. Oh, more than one person. Oh, shit. What's that? Oh, one person, but there's some other stuff. Oh, some people liked the post. I'm like, oh, 4 notifications on Patreon. Anyways, thanks. I'll be back again soon. I don't know exactly when. Probably Wednesday. I need to work Monday and Tuesday. So those days I'm definitely not going to be streaming. Maybe on Wednesday, but I also have a video to work on, so I'm not entirely sure yet. If I do, I'll let you guys know on Discord or on Twitch. So follow me on Twitch at ArtifactsDNB or join the Discord. Link is in the chat right now. If you want to support on Patreon, that link is in the chat as well. Anyways, that's going to be it. Like I said, it was a good stream, and I'll see you guys again soon. Peace. Fuck, I forgot the foghorn. Guys, sorry, but I'll play you the thing with the right with the right sound in the drop. Rewind. See you guys.